Okay, good morning guys. I'm just going to start today on the Blood Reaver for Hell. Hell Legends, sorry. So looking at the artwork for this one, it's got real kind of Underworld vibes about it. So we've got like a female vampire assassin kind of character. Let me just go and have a little read of the brief, so I know I'm not wide of the mark. I'll just tell you what we're dealing with. Okay, so about 45mm tall. The Blood Reaver is a vampiric being, a huntress, and some kind of rogue. She's very fast, always jumping from enemy to enemy. She wields daggers and hidden blades. She'll be jumping down something, maybe an old broken stone wall. I see her, as in the picture, jumping 1 foot forward on the ground. To give her a connection, 1 foot in the air. A flowing lower part of her cloak is showing dynamic movement. Her hair is flowing in the wind. In one hand she has a trusted dagger about to strike. Her eyes are dead, her mouth is open, showing beautiful vampire fangs. Okay, so that's pretty clear and straightforward, I think. Right, let's go and have a look at the photos we're dealing with. I mean, as sculpts go, this one should be quite quick. The last one for the Paladin we did was quite a complicated model because of all the armour. I don't think this one's going to take quite so much time and effort to kind of get assembled and built up. I just got myself a nice latte to start the day. Let's get stuck in. So we'll start with the female base mesh. This is pre-scaled, so it fits with all the other stuff we've got. Just going to duplicate it. Okay, and we're going to go for... Do you know what? It's quite similar to my halfling rogue that I did. My halfling burglar. Alright, fit. Right, so let's come up. Clay build up. Symmetry. Right, she's a vampire, so she's not got lots of skin exposed for obvious reasons. So like a mantle. Okay, there's the mantle. There's a hood going in. Now we want a bit of movement, so say she's going to be jumping from height, so let's give the hood a little bit of a tail back. I think on this one what I might actually do, I think I'll get her legs done and we'll get the torso done, and then I'm going to pose her immediately before I do anything else. Oops, wrong button. Just put a little bit of a clothing on her neck. She's got a high collar. Morning, David. Yeah, do you know what? She was the one I was looking forward to sculpting the most, actually, from the new set. How are you doing this morning? So for me, this is real, like, there's some real Underworld kind of like visuals going on here. Back in the day, I did always have a soft spot for Kate Beckinsale as well. So rough form first, every time, and then we worry about cleaning up and polishing it afterwards. If you try and make it look nice as you go, you'll be there forever and you'll never achieve what you're after. So worry about your shapes, worry about your forms, worry about mass, bulky stuff, and then work your way down to detail levels. You've already built a flower bed for your wife. That's an achievement for the morning, that is, mate. We've got my wife looking at us, getting us looking at moving house at the moment. The house across the road went up for sale last week, and one of the things that messed up some of my scheduling last week was the having to drop everything for having like estate agents come around to do valuations for us. And now I think the upshot of it is it looks like we're maybe not moving, but I've now got a load of DIY to do in the house, to home improvements and knocking walls through and stuff. So yeah, I thought I got off lightly, but I think it's the opposite is true. They say. I'm less convinced of that one. The older I get, the less convinced I am that that's true. So whenever you open a mouth, you got to remember that it's not just the lips that open, it is the whole jaw. So I always mask off the shape of a jawline. Exactly, mate. Happy wife, happy life implies that it's the only the wife's happiness is important. I think it's very important to get the balance instead. Right, so we're going to locate this at the jawbone. I'm just going to open it up. Okay, so now we've got this ugly ass deformation on the mouth. It's time to go in and clean it up. So symmetry on. Let's smooth out the cheek line with H polish. Now, being a vampire, I'm going to go a little bit gaunt in the face. And sharpen the nose. Brows furrowed in, so there's a I'm going to open a mouth and I'm going to just change the profile here, because what we want is something more like a snarl than something you would buy in a dubious shop for dubious purposes. So this is one of the things. This is one of the things I'll always warn about. So when you're making a female in a kind of a open mouth shouting pose, it's so easy to make them accidentally look like a blow up doll. You have to work really hard to make them still look aggressive rather than give the wrong impression. At the moment, we're in the wrong impression kind of territory, but that will change in a minute. Okay, so now we're going to just grab the cheeks, corners of the mouth, we're going to raise them up. We're going to make sure we're showing plenty of teeth to get that kind of battle cry thing going on. Pull the cheeks in. Now again, the thing with female faces as well, you don't want angular planar changes. So you see where I've got this sharp line here? There. That's kind of a no-no. Usually we'd reserve sharp angular plane change like that for male faces. So what I don't want like here, for example, and then here to have a sharp change. So what I'll do is I'll just create the sharp change and I'm just going to soften the lines out. Then we'll drop a cylinder in. So with the teeth. So I'm saying the top row of the teeth, because of the snarl, we want to see some other teeth as well as the fangs, and then the bottom of the mouth, we want to just get the just like the tops of the teeth, the tips of the teeth, just a hint that they're there. Let's save this quick. Okay, so not going to worry about adding any extra topology. We'll do it dynamically with Sculptures Pro mode. So, let's go. Oh, Keller, how you doing, matey? How are you this morning? Okay, laser mouse off because this isn't working with laser mouse on. So we'll do the two front teeth, we'll do the second teeth, the next ones are the fangs. And then we can do some molars around the back. Okay, now no one's teeth are square like that, so we're just going to just move them a little bit. However, this is one of these things, it bothers me to leave them as they are. However, it also bothers me to spend time doing them because I know it's not visible in the final product. Okay, so now I'm going to mask off the canine. Oh no, I'm not. Am I? Yes, I am. No. Why is it not masking? Oh, because I'm pressing the wrong button. That's why. Silly me. I was pressing the smoothing button, that's why it wasn't working. Nice fail for the starting of the day. Okay, so I'm going to use Snake Hook over here. Reduce the size down. I want it bigger than you think it's going to be, because Snake Hook is one of those brushes where whatever you start with, by the time you pull it down a little bit, the effect is lessened when it comes to points. Which obviously we want for vampire fangs. However, I want to still get some thickness to it, because they're miniatures. The fangs on this are going to be far bigger than they would in real life. Just going to get some mass on first, and then we'll worry about getting them huge ones. Are we talking about teeth? I'm just going to H-polish these a little bit now. Come down the sides. Oh, sorry. Just going to come down the sides. I'm going to buff the edge out. This is just to control the shape and stop them looking like sausages. So at the moment, she looks like she's got a couple of sausages in her face. Which reminds me of something rather amusing. There's a period in time when my brother. I remember my sister laughing hysterically at it, but my brother had a missing tooth, and he was eating some dinner, and he had a baked bean stuck where his missing tooth was. And my sister just like, she just creased with laughter, thinking like, you know, it was hilarious that our little brother had baked bean teeth. I'm just reminded of that now, talking about sausage teeth. Do you know, not so much. There's a lot of other stories from when we were kids. The one that crops up most often is when she convinced him to lie on his back and open his mouth, and then poured. It was called a salt and vinegar shaker. It was basically like, you know, salt and vinegar crisps. It was like the seasoning from a packet of salt and vinegar crisps, but in a pot that you shake over your chips. And yeah, she poured that straight into his mouth, and he was about 6, I think. That's the story that we hear the most. Baked bean teeth doesn't even. I'll have to text her later and remind her about it, but yeah, it doesn't crop up so much actually. Now the eyebrows obviously add a lot of do a lot of the heavy lifting on a facial expression sometimes, so yeah, make sure you get the eyebrows right. And a good sharp angle in there like that kind of gives the vibe that we're after, I think. Just going to push again, because the snarl, the whole cheek, the whole front of the cheek will raise up. Create some distance between the eyeball and the lower eye socket, the lower eyelid, sorry. And again on the top. Now, for whatever reason, when I did this base mesh, I didn't actually sculpt the detail in the ears, which I normally do. Right, something I just need to check on the images you picked, David. I don't know if you want to chip in on this one actually, if you're listening. With the vampires in your world, so a lot of vampires and I do tend to do this, I would tend to give them pointed ears. Makes them look a little bit elf-like. But obviously, it's down to whether you've decided that vampires in the world of hell have the pointy ears or not. Because obviously in the portrait they're covered, but I still want to make sure they're there in case I have them exposed in the pose. Oh, okay, cool. I'll make them pointy just for my own peace of mind. I'll try and make them pointy, but not like an elf usually. Okay, what you're asking? When I do BPRs, you were thinking about doing them in Blender, but the ZBrush BPR is just meh. Yeah, it's right. So it's hard to get good results with the ZBrush ones. I understand what you're saying. So if I just quickly show you here. So first off, turn off all of this stuff. You want to make sure you've got all of your tools either turned off or turned on. If you've got them turned off, it's going to default to whatever material you're using over here. So we've just got basic material used. If I just press BPR, it's just going to use the default renderer, which might actually not be the default renderer on this one because I've got other stuff in the scene. I tend to go for this one, it's Comic Style Daniel Bell. So this would be the one I would go with. So you double click that and it'll apply the rendering style of that image to this picture. Okay, so when I do BPR, what it's doing, I don't know if you can really tell, but if I click off, so you see we've got a white background at the moment. The first thing it does is add some contrast. The second thing it does is add like a sepia filter across it. It's only very slight, but it means the background's no longer white. So the first thing I normally do here is go over into the render settings, go to BPR filters. We see filter 1 is a sharpen modifier, and BPR filter 2 is contrast auto grey. So this is the filter over the top. So I turn that off, and that takes this extra grey tone off. We don't want. Now what I often then do is, let's leave this one turned on, but I'm going to change the filter. So instead of filter contrast auto grey, I like to go for something like outline edge. Gives it a little bit more of a comic look, a little bit more, because obviously the kind of stuff I do, that's right my style. It's not excessive, you don't really notice it too much in there, but it just helps some of the details to pop. So yeah, we can go in here, we can go and add a third one if we want. Tick the box to make it active. So you've got, let's have a look, is there anything in there that might be useful? So you can put vignetting in there, outline cavity could be a useful one. Okay, so if you bump it up like that, that looks like it's giving us a bit of bounce light going on. I mean, it's too much by a mile. But this is why we've got settings in here, so we can kind of go and tweak these. We can turn the intensity down. Let's turn the intensity down to like 70, say. So now we've got this like bounce light kicking up. We can go back in again and we can go for filter number 4. So I've seen what they do. Most of them are actually like they're ready to go straight away. So like if you click them, you turn them on and off, you'll see what they do. So 5 is a glow, 6 is displace, which does that, which I don't like. 7 does fade, which just drops it into the background. 8 is set up for colorize, which looks like it's adding a little bit of a pink hue to it. I assume obviously we can change the colour here and change that. But it's on screen mode, so again, if you're familiar with Photoshop, one of the important things to think about with ZBrush, by the way, think of it as like a 3D Photoshop rather than like in relation to your other 3D packages. So if you think about it being like Photoshop, a lot of stuff makes more sense. So here now, we've got screen blending mode, and we've got, like, we can go to overlay, we can go to multiply. All of the kind of the settings that you've got in Photoshop are all in there. So color dodge, color burn. So yeah, if you want to add a global tint of color, that's the way to do it. Filter red. Looks like it's doing the exact same thing, but only using red. You haven't got a choice of colours there. Filter green, filter blue, filter saturation. So again, saturation is of no use at the moment because we haven't got any colours applied to the model. So let's have a good look back at our number 4 here. So Autumn seems to just brighten everything up. So that's paint. Okay, so we can put pixel dots in. Okay, so that's like a comic book effect. And obviously, I'm assuming we can change the dots look there. So vignetting, you can see what it's doing is it's applying like a shadow around the outside, and leaving the centerpiece more visible for us. And again, if we dial up the we dial down the vignetting number, you can see it's darkening off the edges. It's quite a nice effect actually, but I want my renders nice and clean, and I normally want a white background, so it helps to I can remove the background for loading them onto the website and stuff, so that's not something I tend to use. So for what it's worth, let's stick with that, and then it's just a case of obviously set your perspective on or off, and then get your render position. And we're looking at, you want to look up at the top corner here, the black silhouette. I think I mentioned it in the last one. You want to make sure your silhouette reads as you intend it to, and then do your BPR, render it out, and then just do your save. Now when you're saving it, okay, so here's something I do sometimes. I won't go into it too much, it's going to eat into some time, but lock your camera when you're happy with it so you don't accidentally change your camera angle, and then go to render, BPR render pass. So we've got the composite, which is the full render, including background. The shaded, which basically loses the background out as just a black area. We've got a depth mask, which you can save down. I'll save all of these, by the way. We've got the shadows, and then we've got the mask. The mask is important. A mask allows you to remove the background. So, save all of these into a folder, right? Now the composite one is the one that is reflecting all the materials you're using. So if you want to use different materials, what you can do is go over here and we go for a polyskin one, right? So we're going to render out a polyskin. So you render your polyskin, you go back up to render, and you can see the first two here, the shaded and the composite, are both there, yeah? So grab these two, save them down. You don't need to worry about the rest of them. They're using the same depth mask, the same shadow masks and whatever else. save your composite and save your shading. That's the skin tone you've got saved, right? You can change it. Obviously, you can put colours and things in there and whatever else. Just leave it as I just leave it as basic. Then you go in and say matte cap white. Okay, BPR. Do the same again. Save those ones down. Come back in. Go and get a gold if you need it. BPR. Save your gold layer. Now I've also got this one which I like to use, which is called So Much NPR. Now this is a plugin that I purchased. Can't remember where from. After seeing a YouTube tutorial video, which I just quite liked. You go to select preset. You go to shaded grey, and it gives you a kind of a cartoon illustration style. We do the same again. Plug in So Much NPR mono warm, and it adds a little bit of extra cell shaded information. Same again with got mono cool. I can't remember which one it is I normally use. I think it's lime black. Yeah, so this would be the one I would tend to use, right? So it adds the shaded information into there. Now you save all of these down and then put them all into a Photoshop, with each one being its own layer, because they're all done from the same thing. What you can do is you can remove and edit bits you don't want, take things out. You can layer them up. You can put overlays on. You can add. You can basically apply all of the different effects in subsequent layers, but also use it to create colours. So for the cloth, for example, here, if I want to say this is like a dark leather hood, I can go for something that looks like a leatherish type of material. Let's say, I don't know that it's the correct one to go for, but let's say we go for that one. Say that's the material I want it to be. Oh, I'm still on NPR. So I'm going to go and change the style back. Okay, so we go back onto there, BPR, and I've got that there now. So what I can do is I can just edit out everything out. Paint out in Photoshop, delete everything that isn't the hood, and just leave the hood in this material. And then when I apply all of the So Much NPR render layers and everything else over the top, you create this layered PDF, this layered image file. It takes time. It's a time-consuming process to produce renders like that. But if you want to get the better quality of renders, that's the only way you're going to achieve it. Doing it in Blender takes an awful lot of time and effort. You've got to really set up the scene. You've got to set up your materials. You've got to set your lights and everything else. Now I do have a scene which I will put up and make available to people, which is the one I use for my rendering usually. So this is okay, so that's better. Okay, so this one here now is not taking up the full window, is it? Is this a partial? No. Okay, so this is my rendering scene in ZBrush. Sorry, in Blender. And what we've got here, we've got a couple of cameras set. One of them is orthographic. One is a normal perspective camera. Actually, they're both set to perspective at the moment, so that's helpful. But so I've got a cube which has got a render material saved onto it. This render material uses has the specularity dialed right down. You have roughness dialed up, has sheen and tint and various other settings set, which basically make it react to the light the way I want it to. And then we go down and we just have different different creatures and stuff that I've uploaded. Right, so let's go and pop this guy in. This is one of my mezzolofts that I made some months back for my Patreon. And basically what you're doing is you're looking at it through this lens. So if I want to rotate this and get the view different, I can just rotate the model. I don't want to restrict it to the rotating on the Z axis. So I can just press RZ, rotate it to where I want it to be. And this is where we were talking about before, the silhouette of the model. You want the silhouette to read well. So for me, I think something like there is probably about the best one. Okay. And then I'm going to press 7. So what's important here is that it's focused straight in the middle. So let me show you my cube. So there's the cube. So basically everything is focused to react in relation to this cube. So the cube is my target essentially. If the model's too far back, the lighting's going to not work very well. If it's too far forward, it's not going to work very well. And then when I press 0 and I go to the camera view, it's all framed up. You want it to fill as much of the frame as you can. And then you just press F12. So what you're not seeing, sorry, here is I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different lights in the scene to achieve this effect. Mabel. So 6 different lights, and when I press F12, the render window comes up, and this is the end result. But this took an awful lot longer to establish and set up than the than the ZBrush one does. And you can add extra post effects in there. You can add the outlines and stuff. There are all different things you can do in Blender. Blender's a very powerful tool if you use it right. But yeah, for what it's worth, this actual scene without the models in it, I'll upload this into the Patreon or Discord or something like that, and I'll make this available so you can download. You'll be able to download this template, and then all you do is when you load a character in, we put a character into the scene. By default, there will be no material in there. So if I just delete this material out, and I'll show you. So if I just render this out. Yeah, the bug was sculpting ZBrush. So if I just press F12 and show you this, so this is the model with no material applied. Okay, so this is what it looks like with. This is just the no material and the lights and stuff. It's okay, but it doesn't have the depth. So when I put the actual render material setting in there, you can see now the shadows are applied a lot more with a lot more contrast. The lights, the highlights pick up better, and there's like a nice little blue overtone that comes in, a little bit of blue backlight. So yeah, the one thing this isn't great at doing, which I will hasten to add, is groups of models, and the reason is because they cast shadows on each other. So you need this is okay for doing single figures, but if you really want to be doing anything of like groups of models, the best way to do it is to render out the individual characters and then use like compile them basically in a different package like Photoshop or something. Let's get off this and back to the sculpt. Okay, so let's turn off the green clay. Let's go back to basic material. Unlock my camera so I can actually work on it. So face I'm good with for now. Let's just put a bottom row of teeth just visible. Oh god, do you know, it was a lot of tweak. So first off I had some help from Ty from Table Flip Foundry. He gave me a base to use, a basic setup, and then from there I kind of further refined it and built my own materials and stuff like that. It was a couple of hours of tweaking settings and stuff like that, but also I'm not I'm not as familiar with Blender as I am with ZBrush, so trying to do it in Blender just took a little bit longer because I'm having to like just practice and just see what worked and what didn't work, and just keep tweaking stuff until I got the effect I wanted. And sometimes you set lights and they don't behave how you want them to, or they oversaturate the scene, and you know what I mean. It's a bit of a funny one, but I'll create an instruction document to go with it, and then I'll upload it so that anybody who wants to use the my Blender template, it'll be there for you. I'll see if I can get that one done over the next, probably sometime over the next week maybe. And then yeah, so I'll put some instructions with it, and you'll be able to kind of get in there and do your own Blender scenes and do your own renders. Smooth out the pixelation on that. Okay, right then, so let's get a little bit bigger, let's widen the mouth out. So any lines I'm sculpting on the face, I'm going to soften to keep it more feminine. Oops. So I accidentally just pressed C instead of X. X turns on my symmetry, C colorises the model. So I accidentally added a load of colour layers to the figure. Not looking at what I was doing. Okay, right, next thing we're going to do, I'm going to come back to my base mesh, duplicate, I only want the body. I'm going to add let's go for a corset and a top in there. so the base mesh is generally a good idea to have the muscle structures and stuff exaggerated, because from there, if I want to tone it down, I can soften all the muscle structure. And if I want to go in there and start tanking her up and making her look like a, you know, Xena the warrior princess, then we can go the other way and we can start enhancing the muscles. But if you've got no guidelines there to start with, it makes it a little bit more, I'm not going to say difficult, it just takes it longer to get into the format you want it. Okay, so all I'm doing here, I'm just creating the edges of the corset area. So this is like a transition line from one set of material to the next. We'll just polish this up. Now the areas where you can see the grey coming through, this means it's going into the model, which of course it isn't a bad thing, but obviously it just means that I've got to either raise it out so that all the detail stays proud and visible, or I need to go back and sculpt the base model in so that the detail still shows up. So one way or another there needs to be some modification somewhere. So when you're sculpting clothes, one of the things that's easy to do, or an easy trap to fall into, is to draw on a mask and then do a mesh extraction. And then what you end up with is like a layer of clothing across the whole model, but the layer of clothing is as thick, like all the way across. So say you set it to uniform thickness to give you this, a layer of clothing, and then you want to put a layer of armour on top of that, or another layer of clothing, and you're creating layers. Layers on a model is one of the ways to kind of create interest. Even in an area where there's not an awful lot of stuff going on, you can add extra layers, and it creates interest. But every time you add a layer, you're adding thickness, and you don't always want to be adding thickness, because again, you've got a feminine form here. We're going to lose that entirely if we start adding thick extracted layers on top of each other. So the best way of doing it is to look at the edges, like I've just done here, create the edges, raise the edges up, but then use your H polish tool and blend the edge into the body, basically, so it doesn't add any extra thickness to it. You're creating a ridge, so you're creating the edge line, but then you're not adding any extra thickness across the board, so it still maintains the proportions and the scale that you've established that you're aiming for. Okay. So corset wise, let's do a bit of detailing up the front. Let's do some what do you call that? Is that boning or ribbing? I forget what it's called. So this basically allows you to create some panels, which in turn allows you to create a little bit of interest in the model. Now you could do the ties at the front. I think I'm going to do ties on the back of this one. And again, part of the brief on this is roguelike. Now, when I think rogue, I do think like studded leather armour, so I'm thinking like, you know, spikes and studs and things like that. I'm just going to polish this with some decent resolution so it helps to clean it up. Not quite enough there. Let's add a little bit of extra thickness there. Oops. Okay, happy with that. Right, so I'm going to go around the outline with ore cracks. Let's just carve this in. Turn the laser mouse off and get to this last little bit. Oops. Yeah, laser mouse is great for creating like the nice sharp lines, nice flowing lines, but what it's not so good at is kind of, it takes a little, like a couple of seconds or half a second for it to actually start kicking in, so the stroke doesn't complete all the way through. I think right, so I'm going to take this cylinder here. I'm going to make Polymesh 3D, turn off my dynamic perspective, and I'm going to go for what do we call it now? Sorry guys, I had a mental blank, I couldn't remember what I was doing. This taper. I kind of knew what I was doing, but then I completely forgot where the settings were. So with taper, so you grab whichever side you want to taper in. Okay, you've got these triangles all around the sides. I'm going to grab the top one here. I'm going to pull this straight down. This is going to taper it to a point. You can dial it out, so you can create a taper that's more like that. It's good for creating things like bowls and vases and things like that, if you're interested. But yeah, put it all the way down so it creates the point at the top. This white handle in the corner, which I don't know if you can see it very well, little white handle there, when you grab that, you pull it outwards and it makes the taper angle very extreme, as you can see. It's virtually square, or virtually maintaining a cylinder. Bring it back into the other way and it goes into like a straight line, which is where I want this one to be. Or you can kind of go inwards the other way and it creates kind of like a witch's hat kind of effect, or a kind of a, you know, an old-fashioned nail or something like that. So we're going to go for that. I want that kind of effect. Okay, I'm going to click on my cog again. I'm going to go back to Gizmo 3D, and I want these. I do want it to be a small one. I don't want it to be too extreme. I'm just going to divide it twice to keep them smooth, so I don't have to faff around dividing it on the end model. Okay, and I'm going to rotate it around this way. I'm going to center it in the screen, and I'm going to go with this IMM primitives setup up here. You can see all the shapes up there. I'm going to go to my brush. I'm going to go create insert mesh. I'm going to append it to the current brush. Okay, so append it to that one. Right, please select an insert mesh brush. Hang on, do you know what? Has it done it? Draw. Right, draw. Insert. Create insert mesh. Append. Okay, so pressing the M key allows you to select the menu. So when I come back to the model now, wherever it might be, here, I've got my cylinder. It's called cylinder still. I should have changed the name to cone, but I've got my cone that I've created up there. I'm going to go for brush depth. and I want to move this little thing here down. So this is basically sinking it into the surface of the model. So we go to about the halfway mark, so that dot is on the line, so embed equals 0. And then on here, when I draw these on, so we set the draw size to whatever you want it to be, and it's going to come out like that. So there we go, so we've created some spikes in the armour. Now, I'm not going to put any spikes anywhere else, but I will do some different little designs. I think I might do like a little, almost like a quilted design on this side. In fact, no, let's leave that one. Let's go like this. Laser mouse on this one is going to help you to keep the lines smooth. Oh, do you know what? Gotta apologise, guys. I've made a faux pas here and I didn't have multi-stream chat enabled. So anybody that's been on any platform other than Twitch, if you've been speaking to me and I've been ignoring you, I apologise profusely. Push the base model back. Second faux pas of the session, forgetting to put my phone on silent. Oops. Okay, so you'll put the markings here so we can continue these like ribbing lines. And on the back side here, we're going to add some actual lacing. So push this in. Oh. Now I don't care what happens above and below because I'm going to be cutting that off in a minute. Yeah, let's get our... Just going to draw a little cross here like that. Do the same again. And I'll do one more and then we'll put a tie up at the bottom. obviously we're getting this diamond shape appearing in the middle where they're crossing over, so I'm just going to unsymmetrise it in a second. And I'm just going to go from left to right. I'm going to enhance that line in every single one. Always the same one. Doesn't matter which way you go, but it's got to be the same direction. Okay. Okay, so there we go. That's the mesh done. Let me just scrub these bits back. Now this bit, it's not going to be seen, doesn't matter, it looks ugly, it's fine. I'm going to slice this bit off. Group with Dynamesh. Just delete that bit. And I'm just going to scrub these down as well. Okay. So this is how I tend to build up an outfit that's got layers. I'll duplicate the base mesh, sculpt a bit onto the base mesh where I want it to be. Remove what I don't need. And then we're all good. So I'm just going to use there you go, the move brush to pull it out a little bit. Right, now with that done, the next thing to do is boots, and then we're going to start posing. So most of what's going to be sculpted onto this model is going to be done after posing, because basically the dynamic pose that we're looking for, half of what I'm going to have to sculpt is like flowing robes and stuff like that. Sculpting them in now is redundant because well, basically everything's going to have to be re-sculpted to account for the movement. So better to pose first, do the movement, and then deal with it. I'm not even gonna. Do I put the knife in yet? The knife's pretty straightforward. Screw it, let's make a knife. let's go make the knife. Let's duplicate it. I'm going to go, we're going to add something from my component library. So if anybody's interested, if you sign up on the Patreon, you get access to the component library in an unlimited format. Import component library. Okay, so we've got accessories, anatomy, animals, base meshes, clothing and armor, component images, which is just photographs of the components basically. Kingsguard, which is all to do with the Kingsguard miniatures that I made some years back when I did them as a modular form. Miscellaneous, so random odds and sods. Modular components, which was for a set of modular miniatures I made a while back, which were the level up heroes, which I'm probably going to revisit at some point, so that might get a bit of extra love in the future. And then nature, which is things like flowers and stuff like that, and then obviously weapons. So let's go into weapons here. And I want a dagger, so swords and daggers. And then I want knives and daggers. Which one do I want? I'm not sure any of these are completely right, but let's go dual dagger. Okay, no, so this is more of a Saracen type thing, so let's go back and find the next ones. Import again. Let's go to swords and daggers. Sorry, knives and daggers 2. So, I'm thinking iron dagger or ornate dagger. Let's try the ornate dagger. Ornate dagger kind of works. Yeah, let's go for it. Let's use this as a starting point. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, auto group to re-establish the poly groups. It's already low poly, as you can see. Well, we say low poly, it's not really. 15,000 polys, it's low enough. It's low for me. I'm going to take the blade. Right then, so what's going on? Okay, something weird is going on here because this should be. Right, I'm just gonna. Okay, so I don't know what's going on. For some reason, it won't let me show the whole model. So I'm just gonna highlight that. And I'm gonna go delete hidden, and now it should center it. Okay. Right, now I'm just gonna do that. Place that at home. Right, there we go. Okay, so first thing I want to do is I want to take the blade. I want to extend the blade out. Right, what I actually want to do, I think, is change the profile of the blade. So I want to keep the tip there. So I'm going to take the rest of the blade back. Okay. And you want to make sure there's enough thickness in there. So when we're talking about miniatures, the minimum thickness you want for anything like this is at least 1mm. If the thing is going to be cast, then you want 1.2mm. Anything thinner than that is a wafer, and it's not going to work. It's going to have no structural integrity, so you do need to make sure there is a minimum level of thickness, whether you like it or not. So just thicken the blade out, just to... I know these are going to be cast in plastic, you see, so let's make sure it's viable. Okay, we'll extend that out. And it looks like the hilt on the dagger here is like a cross, which is quite a cool design. So I think what I'll do, let's just symmetrize it. So we've got X and Z symmetry, so front and back. Polish, and smooth out these surface details. In fact, the clay brush for these. So anytime you've got like these little grooves like this, we can kind of turn them into, rather than trying to like, you know, polish them flat, the best thing to do is like add a little bit of filler in. So use the clay brush to fill the tubes, fill the grooves, sorry, and then just polish it down. Okay, then I'm just going to mask the middle out because I don't want to affect this where I've got the gemstone. So now we've got kind of a cross. Clean up the edges. Keep the hilt and chains, which is quite cool. I think I will elongate the blade though. I know it's a dagger, but it's kind of almost like a small like a short sword kind of thing. Okay, we'll go with that. Let's run with that one. Bloody caps lock. Okay, so we'll copy that. Let's go back to the model, wherever she is. Paste. For some reason it's coming right at the top there. We'll scale it down till it's dagger sized. Whoop. Well, now if you want to check this, by the way, a millimetre here, it's basically from the top of one line to the top of the next one. Okay, so oh, that's helpful, isn't it? Let's just move my ruler forward. So there we can see. So we've got one, about 1¼ millimetre thickness on the blade there. So I know it looks chunky, but it isn't. Okay. It's always worth testing it just to make sure before you commit. The other thing you don't want to do is, see how we've got the handle here? We've got the hand and then we've got the grip. If I move the handle that way and there's a gap there, we're creating a weak spot in the model. So the this sword, or this knife, at the guard there is pretty much guaranteed to snap off every single time. You want to bring it as close to the hand as you can and have the hand like properly interacting with it. So this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the sword going this way. I'm going to put the finger up and over the guard, I think, this way. Give a bit more of an agile hand hold on it. Auto group. And as I said the other day, I absolutely loathe and detest posing hands, but you know, needs must. Message my estate agent back. Right then, so get that round there. We're going to take this finger, go to the side view, just going to mask off the top part of the digit, come down to the next knuckle, joint, junction, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to bring it round now. Just go and make sure, as you wrap it round, make sure the finger doesn't kind of bend off to the side, because sometimes when you're doing this, that can happen. And if it happens, it's going to look ridiculous. You look like you've just broken your finger on the way around, holding your own knife. Okay, so hide, mask, back to the top joint, rotate. What you can do here is, if you position it properly, you can spend a little bit of time aligning your widget, gizmo, and then we can constrain movement by using the blue wheel. And I can grab that blue wheel from anywhere then. I can always make sure I'm constraining the movement in the right direction. So bring it down until it's I do want it clipping into the handle a little bit, because I don't want to create any gaps or any hollows or any voids. They're all going to need to be filled in later, so best to not have them at all. Mask that bit. I'm going to grip that, bring it down, And again, I'm going to use the blue wheel to roll it around the handle. Now here, I'm going to have to just correct a touch. Okay. Grab that, bring it down to the next. Okay, and then same again with the last little finger. Now these hands, I believe they've got some kind of like fingerless gloves, but I'm going to sculpt them afterwards. Right, now holding that knife the way she is, just hold. Right, my instinct is to put my thumb upwards as well, if I'm holding something like that. Got a screwdriver here, and yet having the finger at the top, you want to put your thumb up there as well, for a good stabby, pointy control. So let's lift the thumb that way. And then this bit I've just got to manually adjust because I don't have the extra control there to do it. Okay, so bit of extra thickness into the pad of the hand. Right, I'm happy with that. Save. Well, we're just going to have a little look at the image. We're going to go for some boots. Alright, boots are pretty straightforward. Right, let's go and pull folder. I'm not seeing anything. Hopefully this comes down quite quick. Yeah, you can't underestimate saving, and saving's particularly important in ZBrush, David, because ZBrush, sometimes you think, oh, I need to save it, and it reads your thoughts, and it goes, ha ha ha, I'm going to kill it first. Before you even get as far as clicking the save button, you're looking at your desktop, and there's no warning, there's no error message, it's just gone. And whatever you've done up to that point is just lost. So it's a hard lesson to learn, but what I have found over the years is like actually sculpting these things repeatedly after having lost files and having crashes. You do get a little bit better at adapting and kind of like not being so precious over the work you've done. It's a good position to be in, to be fair. It's good to kind of just know that you can do it again. Hey, mate. Thank you, Elston. I can't save it right now because I'm just importing a file. But I have literally only just saved it, hence we're discussing it. How are you today? How was the weekend? You've been working on Project FAP? Let's finish all projects if anybody's wondering what that is. Yeah, I saw your Chevron episode going on. Come on, you're being slow today. Download, damn you. Yeah, I didn't get an awful lot done over the weekend, unfortunately. We had a lot of family time. Popped over to visit my mum and dad at their new little lodge. The kids love it there. I'm going to be down there for a few days during the half term, so I won't be able to stream during the half term until later in the week. But yeah, good times, man. I hope it's like reasonable weather. The forecast is terrible. But of course it is. It's half term, isn't it? Yeah, it was a beautiful weekend, wasn't it? I've had kids' sports days yesterday and things, which like I was supposed to be streaming yesterday, and then well, that was my plan at least anyway. And then I was reminded at the last minute that I had Willow's sports day I had to go and attend. So that's half a day down the toilet. We've got another one on Friday because we've got Jacob's sports day on Friday. And his one literally takes half a day. Come on, we're nearly done. No. Can't throw rocks at them. It's frowned upon. Okay, so this is my no, I think the teachers raise concerns if you throw rocks at your own children even. So this is my female rogue from a while back, kind of inspired by Dishonored. Right, I want the boots of her. The noob rogue. Again, not what I'm after. This is the one. Let's grab the boots. It's got a few like belts and things around the legs. Other side only has one thing, so let's put that on there and then we'll put yeah, I know what to do. So I'm going to mirror and weld, and then I'm going to auto group, and then this one is going higher up, and this one is getting gone. Right, and then what I'll do is I'll append a belt to a waist. So it's going to divide these a couple of times. Same with the belt. Divide, divide. Okay, then on the side here, I think we're going to do a little. No, I'm not going to do anything on there because I'm going to wait until I've posed it, and we'll see how much space we've got to work with. Right, now I think I'm at the limit of where I want to go pre-pose. Okay, so nothing else is happening until this thing's posed. So let's merge visible. So I've got a copy of this saved out here somewhere. There we go, with the rulers. It is, but then obviously I think a lot of people misunderestimate. That's not a word, is it? A lot of people underestimate the amount of work you need to do after posing, and they spend too much time getting the model ready pre-pose. I mean, obviously we did it last time with the paladin, didn't we, where we had to do the chainmail after posing because obviously it wasn't feasible to do it at the time in a different way. Right, so let's have a look at your pose options. Now the actual image you've sent over has got a really nice pose in it, but it does need a little bit of facilitating to make sure that it's viable. Right, so we're going for the one leg forward. So, let's start with this arm. Right, so I'm going to raise the shoulder, sorry. Oh God, what happened there? That's symmetry, that's what happened. Yeah, it takes symmetry off when you're posing. Never use symmetry through to the end of a sculpt either. It's a crutch and it'll make your models look weird. Yeah, totally doable, mate. Quick save, because anytime ZBrush does something unusual for me, I always expect it's going to crash at the next moment of opportunity to screw me over, basically. don't want to give it the satisfaction. There does often come a point with ZBrush as well where you end up, you have a crash and then you reload it and you get back to the same point and it'll crash again, and you won't even know what it is most of the time, but there'll be something corrupted in the model. And often in those kind of cases you'll need to either save it and export it into a new file, and start sculpting on a different file, and that'll work fine, or sometimes just sending it onto a new tool in its own right will do the job. But if you carry on trying to do everything in the same scene, on the same model, with the same mesh and things like that, it's, yeah, there's something in there that the system doesn't like, and it'll just repeatedly die at the same spot. And you got to be creative in your workarounds to make it like resume normally at that point. How's that so far, David? I think we put a rock under a foot here to anchor her down here. maybe have a little bit of a, a dead tree sticking up the side, or a little bit of, like I say, a little bit of a wall, as you suggest, like a crumbling wall. And we can have her leaping down off the wall. No, I've got no problem with the art, with what's in the artwork, mate. It was the I was taking the lead off all the poses you sent me. They all seem to have that same kind of like leading foot kind of vibe, didn't they? We can go for that though. That's not a problem. Right, so me sculpting this hood in place like this early on was a faux pas, 'cause this should have been done at this point, really. I'll just rotate it around, I'll just make that good. Hood tailing up so it looks like it's we've got this sense of movement we were talking about. Right, we've got lots of clipping and crappy artifacts and stuff to deal with, but this is just the nature of posing models. Hey Court, how you doing, mate? Good to see you on the chat, mate. Hope you're keeping well. You got your Crystal Collapse games out yet, mate? Next wave of stuff on its way soon. When you say legs at the back, mate, you mean join the foot to the back of the leg kind of thing, so there's a... I'll keep that idea in reserve. I won't do it just yet, and only because what I'm about to do might have kind of an effect on that as well. Dude, you need to get your friend invited and get him round, say, get in, play, man. Right, let's push that into there. Clean up some of this manky mesh deformation. Little hip pads. Don't you worry, David, I've got you, mate. Oh yeah, the single player is coming on really well for it. So so Max is working on. I don't know if you saw the app, which is basically like an old school like JRPG, like a 16-bit JRPG kind of thing that's used as a storytelling app. So we're adding this this nice feature in there where you have the story to play out, but there'll be decisions to make, and then the decisions you make will determine what objectives and stuff are included into your next missions. And then when you go to the mission itself, there'll be objectives, and then there'll be like, you know, sub-quests in there. And if you complete the sub-quests, it'll ask you at the end, it'll give you, the app will basically prompt you and show you the board layout and tell you what your quests and objectives are. And then when you complete the game, you'll tick off the objectives that you've completed. And then when you say you know the game's done, time's up or turn's over, whatever else, the story that plays out afterwards is going to change depending on whether or not you achieved all your objectives. So let's say you have you know, Joshua comes to hunt you down, and your optional objective is to kill Joshua. But otherwise, you've just got to, you know, destroy a crystal, harvest it, and then escape off the board. So if you do the primary objective without completing the secondary one, then, you know, you've missed an opportunity. But if you do the secondary objective and defeat Joshua, when you get to the end of the level and you're running through the storyline, you'll see, like, you know, Joshua will be there, and he'll bend the knee to you, and he'll join your team, and then you'll be able to include Joshua in your solo play party. Only as an example, do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that's exactly the way it goes, but yeah, you'll pick up characters in recruitment through like the Mercenaries Guild and stuff like that, but there'll be other characters that you'll only be able to recruit through the story mode, through, like, you know, certain actions that you take. So some of them will be missable, but it means that you've got replayability, do you know what I mean? So you'll be able to go back through it. And yeah, you go to towns, and you'll you know, you go from you go to a city or a town or whatever it is, and you can go and visit the merchants there. You can go and visit the Mercenaries Guild and hire new team members. Go and buy equipment and you know, healing potions and phoenix feathers and things like that to kind of keep you going through the campaign. So yeah, lots and lots and lots of nice little add-ons and stuff we're putting in. But yeah, solo mode's looking like it's going to be awesome. Max has already finished the rules for it, so it's just the actual campaign is being enhanced at the moment, the story mode. Do you know, I knew I owed somebody copies of the character cards. Which ones is it you needed, mate? Was it the Myra, or was it all of them? Because I've got a couple of packs of Myra ones sitting here, but I couldn't remember who needed them. Save. All of them. You haven't changed your address since last time, have you, mate? I'll get you a set printed up and sent off. Have you had to go at painting anything yet? Are you still doing your hobby YouTube thing? Because we're looking for people to do some reviews for us on the games, but just tweaking some anatomy here so we don't have any weird artifacts and stuff. How's your refurb going on the thing? Have you finished all your work you had going on, or you still got a bit left? Yeah, Elston's always crazy. Although Elston, I'll tell you, your last YouTube video where you had the I can't remember what it was now. You did the crystal collapse footage and stuff, and the end of it, was it badgers or I forget what animals it was now. It was just nuts, wasn't it? Yeah, the narrator and the badgers, and was it badgers and hamsters or something like that, or I forget, man. But yeah, it was funny, man. It did make me laugh. I actually posted it onto Board Game Geek as an official Crystal Collapse review, or official Crystal Collapse content at least. And I put in the description, warning contains unhinged, unhinged narrative and foul language. Paul Daniels and a raccoon, that was it. Yeah, Elstonation on YouTube, mate. He does great videos. He's a prolific painter. He paints like a crazy man, like getting tons and tons and tons of stuff out really, really quick. It's kind of what he's known for. Yeah, no worries, Court. Good to catch up with you, man. I'll have to speak to you soon. Catch you later, mate. Apparently. Paul Daniels is your dad, apparently. What is that? The narrator saying that? Was that is that like a running joke, mate? Or was it just because he's small? Do you know there was a So let me just see if I can find it. Years ago, I can't even remember who owns this model now, but I sculpted a model called Small Paul, and it wasn't for me. It was for. gonna bother me, that is. It was quite a funny little figure, but it was basically like a little miniature magician called Small Paul, and it was part of a Kickstarter campaign that went south in the end. But it was a crossover model with another game system. I just can't remember what the other game system was now. I can't remember the name of the one I actually sculpted for. It was like a sci-fi kind of cyberpunk type thing at the time. Armoured Syndicate, that was what the game was called that I did the thing for. I can't remember what the crossover was. Oh, found it. Ah, it doesn't allow it. Never mind. So it's a very old model. Curve tube, stroke, bend start, bend end, lock start, lock end, curve modifier, size, curve fall off, the other way around, and we'll just put a little bit of a bend in that, and that will create some hair strands for us. I hate using curves in ZBrush now. People said you look like Gav Thorpe. I need to Google this now and check. I can't remember what Gav Thorpe looks like off the top of my head. Nah. I ain't seen it, mate. Not really. Maybe like a long lost... a long lost brother maybe, but right, we're 2 hours and 20 minutes in. I feel like we're getting there. I'm going to put you on a BRB for a minute I'm just going to stretch my legs because my bomb is falling asleep here. I'm going to fill my drink up, get Mabel a little treat. And I'll be back to you guys in just a minute, so do not go away. And if you want to go and have a little mooch on my web store, you can use this discount code. Go and grab yourself 25% off whatever takes your fancy. Okay, go and have a little mooch. The URL's on the screen. Yeah. Will do. She's been a good girl today. She's worn out in the heat though. Alright guys, I'll be back in just a second, okay? Don't go away. Back to you in a minute. Okay, guys, I'm back. Let's get stuck in. Okay, so hair. Okay, so I want that upwards movement, or that movement looks like she's dropping down off something. I might need to raise the hair a little bit more. David, out of interest, are you going to be doing UK Games Expo to promote Hell, or are you keeping it to European shows for now? Yeah, yeah. I was just wondering if you were going to be doing UK Games Expo, because it's basically right next to my house. Wonder if it might be a chance for us to have a little meet up and that. I know it's one of the big ones, you see, so they normally start plugging it at Essen, don't they, and start trying to get you to get the Essen traders to book up and come and attend. Okay, Mabel. Ah, right, fair dues then. I mean, yeah, I'll be there with Crystal Collapse next year as well, so maybe I have to have a look and see if I can pull together some stand space, maybe all together. Get a couple of the guys who I'm working with, like get Max over with King Raccoon and Woodpecker maybe. Get yourself in. See if we do like a little collective maybe. It'd be quite cool. You can never have too many connections, can you? So sculpting in some rough stranding with hair. Never just do it all straight. Strands always want to interweave a little bit. It's far more interesting when it's not just David, when's the little one due to arrive and ruin your sleep? September. Is it your first, David, or have you already got one or more kids? I feel like I've asked you this before, but I can't remember. First. Honestly, mate, they're awesome. They change your life like beyond recognition. You'd never go back. I'll say over the half term I was painting with my little one. Just wanted to paint some models, and then Jacob was doing a bit of sculpting, and they're all interested in what I'm doing here, and they're, you know, having my influence on it is kind of, you know, I'm not saying forced them down that route, but they've been exposed to it enough that they've got an interest in it. And painting models is always nice, but painting with the kids when they're enthusiastic is loads nicer. Right, so now I've created a bit of stranding and whatever else. We're going to go in and do a little bit of yeah, it's not without challenges, obviously. You know, anybody who tells you having kids is easy is lying through their teeth, or doesn't have kids. But yeah, I think it's all about how you raise them and stuff. You know, we raise our kids obviously to be well mannered and to be, you know, nice, pleasant humans who people want to hang around with and want to be around, and it makes all the difference, I think. But you know, give them your time. You know, make time for them. Don't miss out on the important stuff. And yeah, just take an interest in whatever they finally come up and decide they're interested in themselves. I mean, I've got Jacob, he loves his D&D, he loves his sculpting, he likes painting models, he loves playing Crystal Collapse. He's just got into Settlers of Catan as well with his friend Caden. So he's like, you know, he's getting well and truly into gaming generally. I have to confess, I've never played Catan myself. Yeah, that's it. You know, he's got interest in it outside of me, and he's discovering like card games and things like that you know I've never played, and he wants to have a little go of. And Yeah, some of them are like little simple family-friendly type things, but then other stuff's a lot more complex. Oops. But I think playing Crystal Collapse with him, he's got his head round, you know, more complicated rule sets, so they don't daunt him. Like he said to me at the end, after he played Catan the other day, for the first time, he said, "Oh, I've been playing Settlers of Catan with Caden." He says it's a little bit like Crystal Collapse actually, and I was like, "Are you sure about that?" I thought it was like resource management, and he said, "Yeah." He says it's not really like Crystal Collapse, but he said it looks quite complicated. He says there's a lot of rules. He says, but once you played a couple of turns, he said you get the hang of it. He said that's what I mean. I'm like, right, fair enough. I was like, it's a really weird comparison for him to draw, but he just meant in terms of like, you know, there's a lot of rules, but it's actually easy to play in practice. So this is what I was saying about hair weaving around. You don't want it when you're sculpting strands of hair. Try not to make them cross over. You fill in the gaps, like if you see a gap, you can feed a strand into it. Get a little bit sculpted in, but yeah, just avoid crossover. Just got to change the hairline here because it looks like a bit of a wig at the moment. Oh, that's going to cause problems there. Let me just inflate that. Cheers, David. Yeah, so you go through an ugly stage and it looks a little bit weird, and then eventually you kind of things start coming together. It's always nice when you get to that stage, and it gives you a little bit more faith in what you're doing. Because there's a whole section where I'll be sitting there in like massive amounts of doubt, thinking, "Oh, have I done this right? Am I doing the right thing? Should I be doing something different?" So when it does start to come together, it's always good. Save it now that the hair's done. David, that has been there for 2 years. Nobody's mentioned it yet, so thank you for that. Go away, fly. That mean flies buzz around your head. sculpting a little miniature skull brooch to tie up the cape. Because why not? Daft dog. Let me just check the front door a second, guys. No, as I suspected, there's nobody at the front door, it's just Mabel running around like a mad dog. Shouting. She's gonna come in huffing now. What she does when she has a false alarm and she feels like an idiot. You alright, mate? Nobody there? Okay. Right, David, do you want these as open sleeves, or do you want them to be like tucked into the bracer? The like wrist guard, the armor on the wrist. That bit. It's like there with this bit on the thing. Do you want this to be tucked in, or? Let's do the bracer first and then have a little look and see. I'm kind of thinking like tucked in might look nice. Like billowing, like a billowing shirt kind of, rather than like a... So I don't feel like it should be like an overcoat, looking at the model. Oh, sweet. just like this second so I can just do what I'm doing. I'm shoring up the edges a little bit so I can sharpen it and basically sculpt the ribbons in. Smooth that surface out. Okay, there we go, brace is done. Duplicate that, sorry, not duplicate it, we've got to mirror and weld it. Oops, wrong button. Well, I think I'm going to tuck these sleeves in. So I'm going to make them below. Hey Rick, how you doing, mate? Rich. I don't know why I call you Rick because you bloody username, but how's it going, matey? Good weekend, enjoying the sun? Oops. Every time I hear Rick, I always think of the young ones. Rick and Vivian. This is a Blood Reaver for Hell, the board game. It's one of the commissions I'm working on at the moment. So she's basically like a vampire, rogue, assassin kind of character. Cool concept. I'm quite enjoying the sculpt. I say it's taking me back to Underworld and Van Helsing and stuff like that. So yeah, she's gonna have a billowy skirt behind her. We're gonna have like a crumbling stone wall, I think. As part of her base, it looks like she's jumping down off the wall. We're gonna use the billowy skirt to connect to the wall. That's gonna give us the movement we need. Duplicate. Cheers, man. Add a bit of some trousers onto them. So what you got on your hobby table this week, Rick? Rich? I need to call you Rick again then. You choked on my words as they come out of my mouth. Oh yeah, still on your nose. Thursday. Doable, mate. Thursday feels pretty imminent. Oh, good. So I've got to get the last... Oh, God. Just got to run to the door and grab a parcel. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Right, back after Mabel's just barked her head off at the postman. So I was just expecting. Well, for UK Games Expo this year, I've just done 450 odd miniature prints for Ammo, who are going to be on the Element Games store doing a paint and take demo in there, like new paint sets. So if anybody's going to UK Games Expo, pop by and see them. Get one of my minis as a freebie for having a little paint along with them. There's loads and loads and loads of variety of minis I'm sending over, and I'm also sending some of my flyers for a bit of promo as part of the deal. That was my flyers arriving. What do I do about her top? You going to be doing UK Games Expo, Rich? My beef with UK Games Expo is that I love ChillCon, right? One of the things I love about ChillCon is that everybody there is a miniature gamer. They're all into the miniatures, that's why they're there. That's the kind of people it's attracting. And they're the kind of conventions I want to be doing. With UK Games Expo, the majority of the well, I'll say the majority. There is no majority there, and this is the problem. There's like 80,000 people will walk through the doors. Well, it might be 40,000. I can't remember. I think it's a lot of people. But all of these people come through the doors, but so few of them are really interested in a product that you're selling, because it's such a generalist show. The audience is too vast and wide, so you're standing there, you've got all these people who just mill past and not even glance in your direction, you know, avoiding eye contact and whatever else. And I find it really hard to deal with those kinds of shows. Like, I want to be there and do them and not miss out on the not miss out on it, but at the same time it's like, it's 4 days. So you've got, you know, a massive chunk of people there who are into like the card games, huge amount of people into the roleplay games, loads of people into the board games, trying to find the people who are into the miniatures. It's a much smaller niche within a niche. So it's a tricky one. I think we'll be alright doing Crystal Collapse there. I don't think that'll give us any grief or any problems, but you know, the normal everyday miniature line I do and all that kind of stuff, unless I've got a game to accompany it, which we are working on at the moment, guys, by the way. Me and Max have had many discussions about a rule set to go with my normal miniatures range, so I think he's going to be starting work on that soon. Crystal Collapse is priority, of course, but yeah, like I say, you end up with you end up having to like try and find your audience in amongst the main crowd. It's just like pulling teeth sometimes. I'd rather do a show that's got, you know, 800 people that all want my stuff, or are all potential customers, so I can speak to everybody. Rather than like, you know, you speak to 200 people and they're all like, "Nah, I'm only into card games. I'm only here for Pokemon. I only want Magic the Gathering." Or we get the people who are into miniatures, but they're only there for Games Workshop because they're the major event sponsor. Because, you know, God knows they don't have their own shows to do. Yeah, proper. But the other thing as well, as I'm sure you're aware, that the type of people who are into like board games and miniature games and D&D and all this kind of stuff, there's an awful lot of people who just don't have social skills. It's like they're on the spectrum somewhere, and you know, the thought of you talking to somebody, you know, somebody walking up and just talking to you, like, you know, absolutely terrifies them. And the looks you get, the looks you get when you're trying to kind of like, you know, give them a quick pitch. Do I reckon more game and more rules helps sell more minis? Do you know, right, so basically my thinking is, right, currently I sell miniatures that are compatible for D&D and Pathfinder and other games, right? But they're miniatures done in my style. So you've got a different collection of miniatures from different manufacturers and stuff like that, And you might like my models, but then all of a sudden you're kind of going, well, do you know what? Most of my stuff is Artisans Guild, and it doesn't really match the style. Or you know, I've gone for X, Y, or Z manufacturer, and the styling's different. And as much as I like these models, they don't go with my other stuff. I haven't got a use for them. So there's that aspect of it. So people will talk themselves out of buying your models because of the stylistic differences between what they normally buy and whatever else. The second part of that is, if you give somebody a rule set and they pick a faction, right? Let's say you go for an undead faction in our game, right? So we've got the vampires, we've got the death cult, we've got all the skeletons, we've got the zombies, we've got the goblin skeletons, we've got the dwarf skeletons, you know, we've got all these different undead bits, we've got wraiths and necromancers and all sorts, right? So ordinarily, let's say you'd only be interested in like the hero characters, but then by us creating a rule set where all of a sudden you need these flesh golems, or you need you know, the wraiths, or you need some other kind of like an undead death knight or something like that, right? So you need these extra models for your faction because they're good in the game. So you get people then who want to play the game, who are going to buy the models not only because they think the models are cool and because they like them, but also because they now need them as part of the game, because they're a valuable asset, or you know, they're a hard-hitting troop or whatever. So you give people a different reason to purchase. Now, at that point, you're then having to sell the game rather than the miniatures, and that can be a harder sell or an easier sell depending on the individual. And obviously, a lot of people get into Games Workshop stuff and then over time end up like disillusioned with it, or they get, you know, pissed off at the pricing, or there's various other reasons they might drop out of it. But ultimately, you know, having a game is never going to be a bad thing, but it just changes the way you have to market it. Chilcon needs to get bigger. Yeah, it needs to get bigger without diversifying, though, mate. That's the key. We don't want. I want an extra 2,000 people through the door at Chilcon, which I'm sure you guys would love to see as well. I want 2,000 more people through the door, all passing by my stall to pick up an exclusive miniature and buy some of my cool stuff. And also the what do you call it? Just keeping it on task so that it's focused into the miniature war game and a miniature collection side of the hobby. Can it stay chill at that size? That is the big thing. I think the Chilcon aspect of it, you need to have a big enough venue to carry it, wouldn't you? Or do you know what? Maybe you create a bit of FOMO and cap your ticket sales, and say, look, we're only ever going to sell, 800 tickets to the show. You liking the idea of a bit of FOMO, Rich? do we do this as a column or do we do it as a... Yeah, two days will be good. Because the thing is, what you'll find there is you'll have people turn up and go, "This is my buying day and this is my gaming day." If they're going for both days. Oh, do you know? I was thinking like a brick wall ruin at the back, just like a little stack of ruins kind of thing. Nothing too massive, but almost like as a backdrop for the model. And then I'm going to connect the going to connect like the billowy skirt bit to the wall so that she's got an anchor point. Let's have a look. Let's see how it goes. Turning. There you go, there's your wall. I'm messing with you, it's not. Well, I'm going to turn off the X-axis symmetry, but keep the Z on, so we're going to still do affect both sides of the wall. Now we're going to just go and shape the individual bricks. We'll add a bit of texture on top. Break up some of the symmetry here. So once I've done this, I'm going to break the wall down further by using a little bit of the Dynamesh to smooth out and polish anything for me. Then we'll come back in, we'll add some surface texture to the wall. Get some cracks in there, a few extra little bits of detailing in the brick. We want the bricks to be a little bit worn and battered. We don't want to look new. carve a bit out, turn it into a kind of a staggered thing. Yeah, my thoughts on Chilcon last time round. An awful lot of people stopped to look at our game, showed interest in it, and then disappeared and never came back. And most of the time they didn't have time to stop to play. Was the kind of the feat, but they were invited to play, and then they were like, "Oh, we haven't got time. We've got to get to such and such," or you know, we're doing a painting 20 challenge, or we're doing something else. You know, there was always something going on, and because this is the thing, Chilcon's got so much going on, so many activities, painting competitions. It's got the hobby clinic. You've got the seminars happening now. All these things, kind of, they eat into people's time, and there's only so much so much that the guys can do when they're there. Do you know what I mean? And you don't want to deprive them of any of that, because it's all good stuff, and it's the things that people enjoy about the show. But equally, you know, we want people to be able to spend a bit of time at the stalls, and you know, buy stuff, play the games, all that kind of business. So yeah, I mean, the more of that kind of stuff we can kind of get out of people, the better, really. We want that engagement and the buy-in from them as customers, you know. You can hear Dotty charging around outside. Dotty's a tortoise, by the way. She has a little pen that I move around the garden, and when she's out there. Oh, Mabel! Leave Dotty alone, come on. When she's out there and the sun's shining, the tortoise is turbocharged, and she's like charging around that pen at like 10,000 miles an hour. Nobody ever believes me when I tell her that. When I tell them that, but then equally, when I try and show them, she always calls me a liar. Dude, I tell you, they really are, man. So when the sun comes out, it's like the shells are like, because they're cold-blooded, they're like solar-powered. So when they're warmed up, they're energised. So when the weather's hot and the sun's shining, and it's like, you know, on their shells and things like that. It's like they've got the Duracell battery up the bumhole, whizzing around like crazy things. In fact, my son's writing a story about a fox called Biscuit. It's an anthropomorphic fox, and his special power is that when he gets stressed or anxious or scared or excited or whatever else, he randomly turns into a random biscuit. So, like, you know, he'll be standing there just about to fight a dragon, and the dragon will roar at him, and next thing you know, he's a bourbon. Or a custard cream or something like that. And I think ultimately he's going to learn to control this, like, random superpower he's got. But one of Biscuit's adventuring companions is called Dotty the Tortoise, and his name, he's done it after ours. And she's like a little mad inventor scientist thing. She's like obsessed with speed and like going fast. It's like she's like, you know, putting roller skates on and tying a rocket to a shell and stuff like that. this gives the wall a little bit of shape, a little bit of texture, a little bit of structure. Well, I'll let him write the story first, and then we'll work on it together as a little ongoing project. I think it'll be like Burrows and Badgers. It'll be that kind of thing. I think. He's also got a cat called Rocco, which is against my sister-in-law's cat. He's got a cat called Rocco who's like a wizard, who's a bit of a know-it-all. He's got some great ideas though. He's a clever little sod. I think he's hit a bit of a stall now at the moment though. I think he's because he kind of had these ideas about what was going to happen, and he's kind of done all the things he wanted to happen, but it's like it's too short still. So I've told him he needs to find a way to like fill out and expand a little bit some of the stuff he's already done. So, you know, it's like, oh, they've got to go on a quest to go and do this, so they go and do A, B and C, and then they end up getting the result. And I'm like, well, yeah, but you want to give them a little side quest and a little bit of a, you know, give them a little tangent and go off piste a little bit, do a little bit of character building, have a little side mission for one of the characters or something like that they've got to kind of go and do in the middle of it. So I think he's pondering all of that kind of stuff now. Is he like, what can he do to do a bit of character building? I should give everyone a bit of a preview of the book I'm writing as well at some point. Except I don't know when mine's ever going to get finished. It's one of those things I want to do, but having the time to do it is always the problem. In fact, it was me writing my book that kind of prompted Jacob to want to do his. So. Let's come get the what's it called? Rock detail and rock noise. let's get this duplicated so I don't screw it up. And then we're going to start nibbling away at the wall. Oh guys, keep your eyes peeled at the moment as well. I don't know if you're familiar with them, if you've seen them before, but have you ever come across June bugs? As in like the month June. They're out and about already at the moment. They're normally around in June, funnily enough. But they seem to be out of hiding a little bit early. And as bugs go, they're some of the cutest looking things. They look like a little acorn with a Pokemon head. Yeah, let me find a little picture of one, because you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. This is them. But if you get up close and look at them, this is what they look like. They just have this like real cute little Pokemon type. They've got these little these funny little antennae eyebrow things. But they look like that. They look like a bit like an acorn. They're about the size of an acorn as well. And they're buried all year round pretty much. There you go, check that out. Isn't that cute? You know, for a bug. Oh, you know them then. You got them there too. But I'll tell you what, in flight, these things are like fearsome, man. Yeah, like I say, they're about the size of an acorn. It's about an inch or so. When they open their wings to fly, they're like that. It's the size of a bloody tennis ball. So a year ago, 2 years ago, I was working in my office late at night, and these things had come out already. And one of them had managed to find its way into my office at about 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was burning the midnight oil, sculpting away. And the next thing you know, this thing, I hear this. It sounds like a tyrannid invasion in my office, basically. Is the only way I can describe it. It was this high-pitched clicking, kind of like humming, vibrating noise, and I'm like, what the hell is that? And I turn around, and this thing the size of a tennis ball is flying around my office, and I'm like, nope, that's it. And I just put my stuff down, and I just left. I'm like, I'm not going to try and catch it, I'm not going to try and kill it, I'm just out of here. They are, mega loud. And I was just like, no way. And this thing just sat on my light in the office, like with its wings outstretched. And I was just like, I'm not even dealing with this thing. I mean, look at that. They look so cute when they're just sat there. But they fly, and it's like a whole different... It's like, yeah. It's like it's crawled out of the depths of hell to come and get you. But keep your eyes peeled for them, because you don't see them any time of the year. And I hadn't seen them. I saw them for the first time that year. That was the first time I'd ever come across it. But I spotted one at the kids' school I gave the teachers a heads up, and I said, look, I said, you want to catch this and catch this in a jar in one of your like little specimen tubs that they use for the for bug hunts. I says, catch it and show the kids, because it's unusual to kind of come across them like that. But I found about 5 or 6 of them around the school grounds. Apparently, they've been going around like looking at them and showing the kids. Yeah, they're one of my favourite and most feared bugs. Should do a little miniature one, shouldn't I? As like a little cutesy. Okay, so that weird little bit there, that's where I've sculpted it in, and it's basically I've sculpted it to 0 thickness pretty much. So with those things, the only way you can deal with that is you have to run the inflate over it, re-dynamesh it, re-inflate it. It's got to thicken it back up again. And again. Basically, it's one of these annoying things when you're doing this kind of work. You're working on something that's quite thin. When you press quite hard and you're trying to smooth through, you're trying to smooth it out. Sorry, what happens is it influences the mesh on the other side of the model because the wall thickness is so small that, like, see my brush circle. So that's my area of influence. If the area of influence is like, imagine it's a sphere rather than a circle. If my area of influence goes through the model to the other side, and then I press really hard, it's going to basically drag the model all the way, like pull it through. So anything I sculpt onto one side, it's going to like do the inverse to it on the other side, and it ends up pulling it to the same point on both sides, which basically creates something with 0 thickness. And then the minute you dynamesh it, you get that horrible kind of like mesh look, that little like a net effect. And if you ever get it, don't ever be fooled into thinking, oh, I can use that, it's a desirable effect. It isn't. It's just going to sabotage everything you're doing. It's something that's completely not printable. So your only option is to inflate it out, block it in with something. Yeah, no worries, David. Inflate it out, block it out, do something along those lines, and rework it essentially. And you can avoid it by putting this back face mask on, which is in your masking menu. And that just means that whatever you apply will not go through the mesh to the other side. And that's particularly useful when you're applying textures using alphas, because what you'll often find will happen is the inverse of your alpha will be applied to the other side of the mesh. So let's say you're doing a brick texture, you apply the brick texture to one side of the mesh, and then the other side of the mesh is going to automatically inherit the inverse of that brick texture because it's pulled through to the other side. And like I say, it's not a desirable effect. It's not something that you can kind of really like make work, or sometimes you can when you're dealing with textures, but yeah, more often than not, your best bet is just to write it off, start again, maybe undo it back to a point before you started doing all the things, or as you've seen me do, inflate the area, dynamesh it, inflate it again, dynamesh it again, keep going until you've got a solid lump to work with, and then just reshape it and polish it. But you've always got to be mindful that you're working in a hole essentially, you know what I mean? It's very easy to fall victim to the same problem. So get your back face mask on, build it up. Try not to carve into it too much because you know that's gonna have a negative effect. What we do, folds in cloth, make sure you've got your lazy mouse on. When you do your drapery in the cloth like this, you want the folds and the creases. We're going to go massive on the brush size, keep the intensity relatively low. And this will pull through to the other side, but we want it to. There's me saying it's never a desirable thing until the next thing I do proves me otherwise. Yeah, we want the drapery to be affected on both sides, so you want a large brush size. And then I don't always do it on these, but sometimes, depending if it's a little bit too rounded or I'm not keen on what I've achieved, I sometimes go in like I am now with the polish, H polish, to polish up the cloth folds. Don't always need to, but in this case I am going to. It's like I want to change the profile of that there and drop the level. Sorry, I've still got backface mask on, so it's creating weird artifacts. You don't want backface mask on for everything, you only want it on for the things you want to use it for. Does that make sense? I'm going to sharpen them to a point, and I'm just going to soften off the edges. So I don't want it to be a hard edge, but I do want it to be a sharp fold. I'm thinking I might cut a brick out, maybe that one, attach that to the back of the cloth, the skirt, and that'll be your connection point. You just plug it in and glue it in. Some rubble in here. Yep, on the base, mate. As in too big, or? Happy with the size of it, or is it too big? Parkour characters running from zombies. Sounds interesting. It's the biggest base, but you've got like the big soul swirl thing going on with the necromancer. So I was thinking when you look at the them, I should balance out a little bit. Do you know what? I could probably afford to take a little bit out of this. Tell you what, let's Do you know, just an idea, I know what she needs. What we need is some fire. Let's put a little brazier in. Cheers, mate. Let's go for this. So we go. Let's save it quickly so I don't screw it up and lose it. Oh no! Olaf died. How did he keep the bucket, mate? What was his end? Was it cool? Oh, Count Olaf never dies, mate. You need to resurrect him, get him back, get him back in the game. You bought 300 gold pieces of diamond dust to... God. So nobody realised you even had it on you? Shocking, mate. Do you know what though? Diamond dust just reminds me of Shiva from Final Fantasy VII. I think there's 7, might be 8. One of the Final Fantasy games. Shiva was when Shiva activated, it was Diamond Dust, wasn't it? Was the skill name. You're on a remote island that took 14 days to sail to. Well, that's gotten progressively worse as it goes round, hasn't it? The hell's going on with that? Oh, I haven't got the same amount of thing, that's why. I'll try and do this a slightly different way. Guys, I've just realised it's nearly time for me to go and get the kids, so I might have to knock it on the head and finish it tomorrow. Oh, well, I hope he makes a comeback, mate. Oh, you awesome. What am I doing? there's a bit of a brazier ready to have some fire thrown into it and get beaten up and be tipped onto the base of the model. So you'll have a nice little OSL fire effect in there to jazz up and add to the mini. Well, guys, and whilst now that that is saved, let's go back to the main model. There we go. So there she is for now, end of the first session. Is that about 5 hours, give or take? So I'm back on stream tomorrow morning, so I'll be on 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, David. Thank you, Rich. So I'll be back on at 9:30, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to resume this one. It shouldn't take more than about half an hour or so to get her finished, and then we'll jump on to the last character for the updates. And then David's got his full set then. Alright people, thank you all for joining me. There's only a couple of you on the chat, so I'm not going to bother raiding out. I will leave you here and I will catch up with you tomorrow. So thank you all again. Have a lovely day in the sun.